morning, YouTube. Good morning, Discord. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. Good morning, Divergence Trading. I wish we could figure this out. That Echo is the he is the tech guy. He's smart on all this stuff. I don't know if he has a idea or not. I will tell you, that Echo. Good morning, Aquawolf, Paul. That Echo. Good morning, guys. Sorry. Can you tell me one other thing, that Echo? I'm super confused. Do you see the messages on YouTube? You're coming through on Discord. Paul's coming through on Discord, but Aquawolf is not coming through on YouTube on the message bar. I've never quite seen this before. I'm not understanding. You guys' messages are coming through, but whenever Aquawolf types, it's not showing up. I've never had anybody not show up, and it's every one of his messages. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see him on YouTube either. It makes no sense. So you're in the Discord typing. Paul's been in the Discord typing. It's not even coming over my OBS. Paul said, "Hey, Aquawolf," in the very beginning. And I was like, cool, Aquawolf's here. And then he started talking, and I saw him on the YouTube screen, and I'm thinking, what is going on here? He's, is he, you know, how am I not seeing these messages? And I go in the Discord, and I see that Aquawolf's, you know, typing up a storm, sending all kinds of messages, and they're just not coming through YouTube or OBS. That is very odd. I have never seen that. And you guys coming through. That's not good. Another question for you on another technical aspect. That Echo. Divergence Trading is on YouTube, and he joined the Discord, right? But I pinged him in the chat there on Discord, and he said he saw the one, and then I pinged him again in the trading chat. But for whatever reason, he doesn't see anything on Discord. I was trying to figure out, he said he doesn't have no app, but I was trying to figure out if the app would work better. I mean, do you know, I use both, right? Because when I talk to you guys, I'm using the web version when I'm live streaming, and the reason that I do that is the Social Stream Ninja, you know, the chat program that I hook to OBS, has to go through the website. So when I'm live, I'm using the website for chat, and that runs through the OBS. However, I use the app almost all the time on my laptop, right? So I never use the web version, essentially, until I started doing live streams, and that was just to capture this chat on OBS, so it'll send it to... Yeah, see, me too. I always use the PC app, but I went to the web version just because I can't capture the chat to have it here on YouTube like this. The actual program that captures the chat won't capture chat from app version. I don't know why. I just could never get it to work. But do you think it's easy? I mean, I've never used the web version beyond just that. Is it easier maybe to use the app? I mean, I don't know. He can't seem to find any channels or anything. Like, nothing's there. He said when he opened it up, he can see the one, but he can't go into anything. So I don't know. I'm trying to get a way for him to get into... Basically what it is he's tired of having to type, and I don't blame him. So he wants to open mic, and I told him all he has to do is come into the live chat in the Discord, right? And then he can open mic, just like, you know, all of us do. I mean, I know you don't that often, but like Paul and everything, from what I'm seeing, is pretty similar. Okay, so it wouldn't be probably that much... Probably wouldn't be advantageous then for him to download the app then on his PC. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I sadly don't know what he's looking at. And again, I'd be able to see that if he could get into the Discord, because he could share the screen and I could see what he was doing. But unfortunately, if he can't get into the Discord, it's not gonna help any. I don't know any other way for him to be able to open his mic other than Discord. I don't know. Can't get past the lions. I mean, I don't know any other way to do it, because you can't do it on YouTube. Does he see the icon that says channel and roles with a magnifying glass? Do you see that, Divergence Trading? Well, I could just call you Jay. Obviously, however you want me to call you, it don't matter. Goes up on the list where channels are. Yeah, do you see anything like that? I think he said he closed it, so I don't know if he's going to mess with it anymore. I'd like to be able to get him over to the Discord so he doesn't have to type anymore, because he's typing sucks. I already know. That's why I do the live streams in the Discord as well, so that, you know, everybody that doesn't want to type doesn't have to. I don't know if he's still here or not. Or maybe the typing's that bad, that echo. So far, guys, we are just getting rain. Oh, it hasn't got bad yet. Not saying that it won't. It's just thus far, it hasn't got bad. It's supposed to make landfall, they're saying, this evening. So I should be good all the way through this stream. I don't see any reason why I'll have any kind of power or internet interruptions during this stream, but possibly tomorrow morning I may not be here if we have no internet or power, right? They did upgrade the storm. It's supposed to. It went up to a Cat 5, and now it's saying Cat 4 when it makes landfall. If he can get to that, he can select all the channels he wants to see. Okay. Divergence, do you hear that, man? He says that you should be able to see an icon that says channels and roles with a magnifying glass. Goes up in the list where channels are, and if you see that, you should be able to select that and then just hit all channels. So maybe you're just not seeing the, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe the channels are deselected, so you just can't see the channels that are there. So if you click that and just select all channels, it should open it up to where you see everything. And then anything that you see, it doesn't matter where you end up in the Discord, man. All you got to do is just type anything there. Type, hey, save me, I don't care. Type anything and I'll find you. I can find you there in the server, anywhere you type. And then I can navigate you from there. If you can get to any channel, I can actually drag you. I know that sounds crazy, but if you can get to any channel, I can actually drag you into the live chat manually if I have to. So I think I can. I'm almost sure. I know I can drag you from live chat to live chat. I think I may be able to drag you to the live. Either way, if you can just get anything, we can guide you through if there's any way. I mean, if it's too much, man, don't worry about it. I was just trying to find a way that you could open your mic. Obviously, it'd be much better to be able to open your mic. Screenshot there. I say, yeah, see, you can't see the screenshot either. Yeah. And I could email him these screenshots, but I don't know if he wants to mess with it anymore. I think he may have went offline as well. I don't know. It would be nice to get him to where he can talk, because he's tired of having to type, and I don't blame him. Some people want to type, some people don't. That's the biggest reason that Paul always opens his mic, is because he doesn't really, you know, have to type everything out all the time. Love to see how this candle closes right here in 6, guys. Let's see. Let's see if we can sweep them lows. Came up, came down, came up. That is nice on that, though. That's the only thing I'm not super confident about. We could just run in range. And that news is coming. That echo, just like you said. I just wonder if it's going to be much, right? Because I was concerned when the wife said, because I wasn't even looking, I'll be honest with you. I've been busy, and she said, "Hey, no way, Paul. You can't hear me?" Okay, hold on, Paul. I'm trying to keep up. He's... I don't know how to show him this. I know my mic's working. I can hear it. You guys all hear me, yeah? I mean, I can hear me. Sorry, your power went out, Paul. I'm trying to get Divergence Trading. I can't give him screenshots. Oh my gosh. Give him a screenshot on his email. I was going to send him a screenshot, but I didn't know how to contact. Oh, no. Yeah, I wish he could get on Discord, but he's... Okay, hopefully you got that email. I'll join in a few minutes. All right, Max. See you in a few minutes. Yeah, Discord is the best, Paul. I wish I could get him into. I wish I could get him into Discord. Okay, you can hear me live right now, Divergence. Like right now, you can hear me, or because I've been on the mic for a while, bro. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I wish I could figure out a way to get you to Discord. That's what we've been talking about. Is I've been talking with that Echo, trying to figure out a way to get you to Discord, and he said, "Dang, let me go back to what he said." He said, there should be a channels and roles button up top, and there should be a magnifying glass on it, and if you click that, make sure that all the channels are selected, because maybe the channels aren't selected on your Discord. And that's why you're not seeing it. I mean, it just be I mean, it's just once you get there, I could drag you I mean, basically, I could, if you just got to Discord and just send a message, I'll see you, and I can basically guide you, or any of us could guide you anywhere in Discord if you were just there. I know that sounds crazy, but it'd be super easy once you were there, because everybody can, we can send you screenshots. We could do this. We could do that. I can drag you around the voice channels and stuff, and you can actually, open your mic and all that stuff. Because I gave you the VIP role, so you can open your mic now. And that's all does the same thing. A lot of guys like the Discord a lot better because you can do all that. You've got the freedom to do basically whatever, to where YouTube, sadly, you can only watch and text, right? I mean, you can hear me, but that's it. Like when a dog has been in a kennel all day and you let it out. Now, oh, you were in a trade, Paul. Oh, geez. Yeah, I got these things, Paul, and you might consider it. Man Poor, he was the one who mentioned these to me, right? And I didn't know anything about them, but they call them UPS, Paul. And what it is it is a like a your power strip, except it has a battery in it. So when your power goes off, you still have power in this, so it keeps your devices still powered up. So I bought 2 of them. I got one that runs just my router and Wi-Fi box or whatever, right? So they're just plugged into it. So when the power goes off, that keeps my internet on. And then I have one connected to my computer and my screen, right? So when the power goes off, since I have both of them, I keep internet and I keep the computer and the screen. For how long, I don't know. But what happens here in Florida a lot is you'll get these little just power blips. I don't know what else to call them, but they're just a little flicker where everything goes off. And what would happen is when the power went off like that, it would turn off my internet. So it'd take like 5 minutes for my internet to boot back on. Now, it never really bothered my computer so much because I was on battery pack because of, my computer is a laptop. So it would stay on, but I'd lose the internet. So it didn't matter. So if I was in a trade, I'd have to wait 5 minutes for everything to boot up in order to, close the position or whatever. And I was always super concerned of that happening. I mean, not that it ever happened when I was in a trade, but if you would have been, that was worst case scenario. So Manpour said, we'll get these UPS is what he called it. It's some kind of power supply thing. And it just looks like a big power strip. It just looks like a big power strip that you just, that you keep your you know what I'm talking about, a power strip or a surge protector or whatever you want to call it. That's what it looks like. And what it does is it beeps when the power goes off, and it'll keep power on. And the whole time you got it plugged in, it's keeping the battery inside of it charged. And you can get them, for all different sizes, all different, amounts of money. I got on Amazon, and I think it took like 2 days to get it. And it was like, I don't know, around $100. I mean, they're not super expensive. I don't know how long it'll work, but it works long enough that you could, exit a trade if you were to lose your power and know that everything's still fine. It just gives you that extra time. Manpour says they run for a long time. I've never had my power out to see. We may be able to test it tomorrow, but let me see. For now, balance line looks good. Yeah. Yeah, I see. Yeah, looks good, Mr. Y. This is the first time power went out when I was in a trade. Oh, yeah, that's not good. Divergence, are you in the storm? Yes, it's just raining right now, Divergence. But it's supposed to be bad this evening. I mean, I'm on the west coast of Florida. So I'm right outside of Tampa. So, yeah. Yeah, we're safe right now. It's not hit yet. It's not supposed to hit until later this evening, they said. So we're gonna see. I'm about 5 miles from the beach. So I'm about 5 miles from the ocean. So I'm still not 100% sure. They always say all these things, right? And my neighbors, they've all evacuated and everything else. Not all of them. I shouldn't say that. My neighbors to the other side are still here. He's not going anywhere, but the people across the street have evacuated, as have the people that are on the other side of me. And we don't really see a purpose to evacuate. Like when we first came to Florida years ago, that was back in 17, 18. There was a storm that came through then, and we evacuated for that storm. And there just wasn't, we came back and everything was fine. It just seemed crazy. And we haven't evacuated since then. And they always say the same thing of, how bad these storms are going to be and how this is going to happen and how that's going to happen. And it's just, we just had never seen anything that, and again, maybe this one proves me wrong and everything else, but thus far, it's just, I'm from Kansas. I mean, I was born and raised in Kansas, and we deal with, severe thunderstorms and tornadoes on the regular. And these hurricanes are never anything compared to a tornado by far. So it seems silly, to me. This thing's still going down. We need this. Oh man, I'm not on the right chart. Oh geez, there was the entry, guys. I'm not even on the 30. I'm so busy talking about it. There's no entry. Never mind. There's no bottom wick here. Okay, so there was no entry. It may drive here, but there's no entry, guys. Okay, sorry. Yeah, tornadoes are deadly. Tornadoes are much worse. I mean, we had tornadoes all the time in Kansas. So what I've seen with and no, I don't have a hurricane shelter, Paul. I don't know if they even have. I'm not even sure what that would consist of, or so on and so forth. I'm not sure. But what I've noticed, right, is that hurricanes, I think, seem worse and people get more scared about them because you got this, weak warning ahead of the storm. So everybody builds up all this anxiety to where a tornado, you got a severe thunderstorm that just hit right now, and bang, there's a tornado warning. You had no, prior warning. You just, there's a tornado. So you don't have all that time to sit there and mull on it, if that makes sense. And the hurricanes here thus far, again, maybe this one proves me wrong. Everybody keeps telling me I'm out of my mind and I'm going to be proved wrong this time. And maybe so, maybe I come on here, in 2 days and say, geez, it was different than what I thought. But all I've noticed with them is they're more like a severe storm in Kansas, super windy, tons and tons and tons of rain, and it is what it is. I mean, it's never been like a tornado to where it's just leveling houses and things of that nature. I mean, that's what tornadoes do. They just level the whole, your whole neighborhood. So did get a close below there. We did get a top wick. You could have took the flip. I would not have. We're looking for the recovery of these two wicks, guys. I wouldn't have traded this. There was no bottom wick here. So even if it drives here, this was not my trade. Already been 33 in profit. Stop loss would have been, stop loss would have been too big for me too. 31, 32. Right? So I'm not saying it won't work, just wasn't my setup. Again, if it drives all the way down, great. We'll wait for 10 for an entry. What are you looking for, buyer? So it would have been a I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that's hard to follow. It would have been a sell here. But the setup wasn't here because what I want to see this so that I have a TP1. Essentially no longs. I mean, the longs came in on this candle, right? But no longs came in on this candle. There's basically, it just stopped dead. So for me, I would have wanted to see longs come in on this, come in, longs push the price up right here, and then us come down and grab the stop. So TP1 would have been the recovery of this wick, right? So just say the wick looks something like this. TP1 would have been here. Your entry would have been the flip. Stop loss would have been above here, which was 31, 32 ticks. So I wouldn't have took the position anyways. The risk was too high. I mean, it's against my entry rules. So essentially, for me, talking fast, divergence, I'm sorry. For me, how I trade, and this is absolutely it. And anybody that's been here with me all the time, they'll agree with me and tell you that this is just how I do it. I have a setup, right? So my setup would have been this. I drew this wick in. This would have been my setup. Now we look for a top wick and a flip, and then I look for my entry. My entry means that my stop loss is not over 30 ticks, so anything under 30 ticks. And then obviously my TP1 is always the recovery of the previous candle wick. So for me, how trading works is setup, entry. You know, if I see the setup, great, I look for the entry. If the entry stays within my rules, I take the trade and I won. That's it. It's got nothing to do with whether you win a trade. It's got nothing to do with whether you lose a trade. And I try to stress this as much as I can because so many people struggle with the thought of losing trades or so on and so forth. A losing trade doesn't mean nothing, right? If you are consistent with your strategy, right, it has nothing more to do with than consistently taking the exact same setup and entry. As long as your strategy is consistent, you just consistently take the same setup and entry. And how I like to look at it, and that's why I look at bankroll management rather than RR. How I like to look at it is, you know, in 6 months, now how many trades did you win or lose? How profitable were you? You know, that's what matters to me. It's about building your capital consistently, not what this trade was. This trade means nothing. The last trade means nothing. The next trade means nothing. Who cares? 100 trades is what matters, right? 6 months is what matters. That's how I look at it. I think it's a lot because I didn't come from trading. I was actually, you know, a sports bettor, poker player, things like that. And one hand of poker doesn't matter. One bet that you place on a team doesn't matter, right? It's all about managing your bankroll and, you know, consistently doing the exact same thing and profiting. That's all it is. And in the trading space, I see that it seems like traders are way more concerned about, you know, this trade right here. And they like to take this trade. And if this trade doesn't work out, they like to think that now, you know, their strategy's not right, or now they're, you know, whatever. And they like to run RR, which again, RR is just a setup for one trade, in my opinion. And for those that don't, you know, agree, that's fine. If they have their way of doing it, that's fine. Again, I always say, however you do it, if it's consistent, by all means, stick to that, because consistency is key in this game. That's really all you need. For how many ticks? Are you talking about the stop loss? What? For how many ticks on what? I'm sorry. As long as you earn profit, happy days. I follow each trade with a stop loss. Once I hit BE, miss R on a lot, but also make sure to secure at least some profit. Yeah, absolutely. How many ticks are you talking about, divergence? If you're looking at what I was talking about with the entry and the setup here, well, your stop loss, right? Your entry would have been right here at the flip of this candle. So after the top wick presented, and then your stop loss would have been right above the top wick. So that would have been 32 ticks for a stop loss, because your setup would have looked like this. I'll draw it up just to show you. And anybody that's watching, guys, don't take this trade. This isn't a trade to be trading, right? I mean, if you have an entry here, great, but I'm not drawing this up for anybody to take this trade. I'm drawing this up so that so the trade would look something like this, and you expect to put a bottom wick on here. So, and that's how the trade would have looked. So for me, this stop loss is too big, first off. And then the next thing I want to see in order to take this trade, right, is a bottom wick on the previous candle. So I want a bottom wick here, and that would be my take profit. Why? Because that's the entries. The longs came in here, push this up, and then here, push this up, and then we wait for the flip to break the lows to come back down and essentially hit the wick that isn't here, right? So TP1 would be the recovery of the wick, and then you'd go one tick into profit, right? And then you chase your stop loss to yesterday lows, previous day lows, right? Because you'll probably get some bounce around there. So you chase your stop loss down to there. If it holds and continues down, then this wick right here, putting on this wick, would be your next area that she's going to get bouncy. And then obviously after that will be this wick. So the recovery of this wick will be the next area that you expect to see some bounce. So you drag your stop loss as we go, right? However, because this candle ran with no bottom wick here, I'm not going to trade this short. There's no way for me to take advantage of the stop losses on this. As of right now, our stop losses are below here now because the longs are coming in this candle. So we don't want to be part of the longs coming into the market. We want to be part of the longs failing if we're going short, right? So that's why we need this bottom wick first, because what is the bottom wick on this candle? The bottom wick on this candle is this candle pushing down and then longs coming in and trying to buy it back up. And then this top wick is again longs trying to keep a push, which why'd this wick happen? Because we came back into range. So everybody thinks that this structure, we came out, we came up, and now here they're going long expecting to come back up here. Why are they long here in the first place? Because this is a demand area, right? And the same thing's going to go for this area right here. This is going to be a demand area. This is going to be a bear or a bullish order block. This is going to be support. So that's why they're going long here. So we realize they're going long. We want to see them get involved and then their positions not work and then come down here and fail. But how it works here, there is no bottom wick. So my anticipation here is it put on a bottom wick and this price is going to move up. So I don't want to be short here because the longs are getting involved in this game now. This isn't them failing. Does that make sense? Looks very small and to sell there. Yeah, exactly. You can't sell there. That's the whole thing. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. If you don't have a wick here, then for me, I'm looking at where everybody's going to enter the market. So where are your entries? Here's where they're going to be entering. And here's where they're going to be entering. And you could call some structure in between, such as this structure and this structure now as your in-between spots where there are a few players getting involved. Don't get me wrong. So I get that a lot. People are like, well, they're coming in here too. Well, yeah, they're coming in everywhere, right? But your major spots are going to be this high here. They're going to be shorting. This low here. They're going to be longing. You have a few more come in here. You're going to see longs right here from previous day low. So that's another area where longs are going to come in. So what we're looking for is the stop losses. So if they're entering short here, where are the stop losses? Well, up above here. If they're entering long here, well, where are the stop losses? Down below here. And then you're going to see, some of your long-term traders are going to have stop losses below this. So yes, this is absolutely a great spot to take advantage of a push through these stops because we know they're getting involved here. However, without this setup, the longs didn't come in to fail yet, so they did not get aggressive here. They didn't get aggressive in this candle. It just stopped dead. See what I'm saying? So then we came in, some longs came in, came down some. Shorts are trying, the breakout traders are trying to push this down because they think we broke below this market structure. So it's just a fight. I don't want to be involved in a fight. That's why we've got this, doji candle. I don't want to fight. I want to trade like we talked about yesterday. I'm looking to trade this candle push. I'm looking to trade this candle push. I'm not looking to be in the market during this candle. I have absolutely no reason to be in the market during this candle. Don't want any part of it. It's a fight. I don't want to be in a fight. I want to be, running stops. That's it. All right. Yeah. Okay. Paul advise any RR trader to watch the last video reality bankroll management. Yeah. And I mean, there are traders, if you guys are out there, yeah, I mean, if you're struggling, watch the videos, guys. For sure. If you're struggling and you've been told all these things about RR and, you know, you're struggling, do that. Please go and watch that video. Don't continue to struggle with RR. Hey man, poor. The way that they present RR and everything else is, you know, it's a scam, guys. It's I hate to say that because there's people out there that work with it. That's great. I don't believe in RR at all. I don't believe it. I don't believe that there's anything truly that you can control in the market other than your stop loss. So you can control your risk. That's it. It's just like any other thing out there. And I know when I say things like poker, people say, well, poker's gambling and trading's not. Well, waking up's gambling, guys. Going outside your house is gambling. I really... Saying gambling is just a misused term all the way around. Professional poker players play poker because they have an edge just the same. You know, it's all probability. Exactly. Right there. Right there, man. Boy, you're right. It's all probability. Yep. Exactly. Exactly, man. Poor. And it's absolutely the truth. And it's the same thing if you're betting on a sports team or if you're playing poker. It's all the same thing, guys. You are managing your own risk. You understand what you can lose and what you can't. By all means, never over risk. Never lose more than you can afford to lose. And that's the same in everything. And all you can manage is your loss. So as long as you have a consistent strategy and you don't over risk, then over time you will be consistent. But you can't over risk, guys. You can't try to chase losses. You can't, none of these things are going to work. You can't revenge trade. None of this stuff will work. You have to do the same thing time after time after time after time. Same thing as anything else. If anybody's ever watched a billiard player or a pool player, I call them pool players. I know a lot of you guys call them billiard players. And I try to stress this in one of the videos. If anybody's ever watched a pool player walk up to the table, and I'm talking about pro players, I'm not talking about go to your local bar and see somebody that's never held a pool stick, play pool. Go and watch a tournament of a professional pool player, professional billiard player, right? You'll see that every single time they walk up to that table, they do the exact same thing. They call that a pre-shot routine. And this is the same exact thing you have to have in trading or anything else. Have to have consistency, and that's how they get consistent, right? Because they go up and they do the exact same thing repetitively over and over and over. That is their edge. Their edge is they've got it down to such a repetitive thing that at this point it's a habit. And once your trading is a habit to where you do the same thing all the time, then your outcome's always going to be consistent because you're always doing the same thing. Right? Hopefully you guys get into habits. That's what you want to do. You want to build a habit. And if you don't know how long it takes or how long you have to be consistent to do that, look it up on Google. You may get different answers, but you want to have a habit. And once you have that habit, yeah. I think it's even more so with baseball players, pitchers, and batters. Yeah. And it's all the same thing. Yeah, exactly, man, poor. And that's the same thing. And I mean, that is how these guys stay consistent. That's why they do the exact same thing repetitively. And it's the same thing in trading. You want to see your setup, your setup and your entry. As long as you follow that every time, you won. The whole thing, you won. It doesn't matter what your P&L says. Look at it in 6 months. Look at it after you've completed 100 trades, something, a long sample size. It doesn't matter this trade. It doesn't matter today. It doesn't matter tomorrow. Who cares? And you'll see there's such thing as variance too, right? There's variance in probability. And you won't see as much variance though if you stay consistent. Yeah, PA was, man, poor yesterday. Gold moved really, really well. Am I saying it's going to today? No, but yesterday morning, gold was really, really Yeah, it was moving really good. You know, I can't foresee the future to tell you what it's going to do today. We got that push down candle there, but yeah, that's the only thing I've really focused on here over the last few weeks, because I haven't been. Yeah, you really trade gold. Sound like Sonny. Sonny hates gold. It's the only thing that I've really been focusing on, because I haven't been doing a lot of trading between 2 and 4 with the storm coming, and I was doing, you know, videos before that, so I haven't been doing a lot of NQ and ES trading as of the last week or so, 2 weeks, something. Well, yeah, that's what Sonny always says. I really feel like gold respects TA much better than every other asset. Maybe I'm just, I don't know. He says the same thing. He always, yeah, my TA. Fair, yeah. I mean, I can't argue that fact. I don't know. I really like gold. Sometimes I think I must be the crazy person, because I know most people aren't liking it. That's why we are here. That's also a probability. Bifest what? What's a probability? I hope Aquawolf doesn't say anything. Paul, can you keep up with that? He's not saying anything to me. I can't see any of his chat, sadly. Don't know why. Man, poor, maybe you know. I asked that Echo, he wasn't sure. I use that Social Stream Ninja, right, man, poor, for the chat, and that sends the chat to OBS, and OBS then transfers it to the YouTube screen. Well, every screen really, Twitch, Rumble, everything goes through OBS, so all of them see the chat on the screen. But what is so odd is Aquawolf's chat is not coming up. Everyone else is in the Discord's coming up. His doesn't. Dad Echo says I liked gold NES better because NQ beat me up a lot. So I got a grudge. Yeah. Who doesn't let other people talk on voice? Oh. You're talking about Tolma. You're talking about what was his name? Moon Baby. Yeah. Yeah, they're not gonna have open mics anymore. Yeah, Mr. Y, they're not gonna have open mics anymore. That was Moon Baby, Paul. Some of them guys just were acting super dumb. So, Mr. Y. This one's fake. Which one's fake? Do we have a fake person in the server? I don't know what happens all the time. I'm sorry. Nobody fall for any of the scams, please. Nobody fall for any of the scams, please. Never ask for money. I say this all the time. Let me ban him real quick. I hate that this hat. Yep, I see him. Thank you, Mr. Y. Don't fall for any of these. No, I would never ask for money. Don't ever give any money to anybody pretending to be me. Yes, we do have a great community that helps catch these scammers. I am absolutely in agreement with you. I just banned him. Thank you, Mr. Y. Thank you. They're all I don't have money to give. Fair, Mr. Y. I mean, fair man, boy, sorry. Fair, fair, fair. Oh, that specific TA works on specific pairs? Not so much for me, Five-Fist. My TA has always worked perfect on gold, but my TA isn't like others either. So, I don't know how many streams you've been to, but if you've been around for a bit, you should know. I'm not looking for, you know, we're not looking for, we're not trading supply, demand, support, resistance, ICT, SMC, Fibonacci retracements, trend lines, fair value gaps, whatever you want to talk about, right? We're waiting for these traders to get into the market, their positions to fail, and then we're trading through their stop losses. Well, there's really not, and I mean, there's really not a way for the most part for it to fail. The only thing that you'll see sometimes is the fact that the stops don't you know, work as far as you want them to, or the trade you know, timing is normally more that you'll see than anything. I mean, we've got a few losses. We've taken 123 trades on live stream, minus the 6 evals that we passed, and we've lost 9. And those losses, you can go back and see those losses are kind of, some of them were using the 15, which we no longer do. I used to try to expect closes on the 15-minute time frame, and that was something that isn't in my you know, in my setup anymore. So waiting, trying to take a close before 15 minutes before a hour close, I no longer take that setup, which is something that I used to do. So it's all about limiting losses at the end of the day, man. As long as your system is consistent, then limiting losses is the easy part. You can trade with emotional support systems. Oh man. we trade reality rewards on the Discord. Yeah. What do you think of NQ? I think that you shouldn't touch NQ until later in the afternoon, but that's just me. You think they will run stops below? They could here. Definitely could. We're putting on a top wick now. This was a doji, so you could take the flip here, guys. What time is it? 10 o'clock, first candle open. What does this look like? Yeah, it should be, yeah, decent candle here. About 23. There's that, just the 0.5 of that, about 29. Not ugly. Fan of this level right here, though. Did we hit the... No, we went past the 0.5 of this candle. Semi-risky, but you could take the flip of this candle with the recovery of this wick. You may even take a 20-tick TP first. So, like this. I'll draw it up. There's your flip. Right there, you'll be entered. Stop loss above the wick. Oh, like that. Obviously, TP1. A little bit risky because we're at the overnight lows. So you might push the top and free go, but you should be able to get at least to this wick, I would say. If you want to try to move to BE or just into profit with a 20 tick, not the worst idea in the world. There, right? That wick will be what? Yeah, that's 24. Might want to think about it right there, just in case they try to short run that wick. $25. Here. At 20, I would go. Where's 20 at? I'd go TP1 and stop in a profit. It's just struggling a bit here. Like I said, it's a little risky here because of yesterday's overnight low that you're looking at here. Trying to keep the price up, but if you got involved in it, completely up to you. Like I said, this isn't the greatest setup in the world, but everybody's looking for a setup, so let's see here. We're about right here. Give me 1 second, guys. Phone ringing. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that, guys. With the storm and everything, it's been super hectic. Make it? No, not quite yet, huh? With the overnight low, it's just not wanting to push. Like I said, it's semi-risky. Completely up to you guys what you want to do. If you get one more push down and it kind of comes back up, that should be your 20 for $200. Might consider taking TP1 there and putting your stop into profit at that point. Just because it's slow, there's not a lot of volume. This push here should kind of break the lows. I think that should be about where you're at there with it. Does not want to go. If anybody actually got involved, like I said, I might consider managing it here, guys, but completely up to you. Red on all time frame, so short is not a bad idea. I would not take a long gold at the minute. Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked to seen it push. It's not wanting to push down. Like I said, the overnight lows just aren't letting it play out. So if it were me, I would have tried to manage back down out of it probably. I wouldn't have been involved per se. It was kind of risky. I was just trying to show you guys a setup, if that makes sense. So probably push back up here, break the highs, and then come back down and break these lows again, possibly. It's just been doji. It's been a doji fish. It wouldn't surprise me if we don't print another doji similar to this one here. So, only because there's just not a lot of volume here. It's just slow. And it could be like that Echo was saying, they might be holding up and waiting for FOMC here at 2. I don't know. I wouldn't think there'd be a lot of movement with it. Without Powell speaking. But maybe, right? I got room back up. I don't. Maybe I stopped trading for the day. I'm charged from 12 hours. Yeah. Yeah, you should, Mr. Y. That is too long. That is too long. You want to at least take a break, if nothing else. You know, get away from them. Grab some food. Something there, right? Yeah, you'll be dreaming of candlesticks and wicks. Not a lie. Not a lie at all. Too, which don't help anything. Anybody, everybody that got in this probably is already out, correct? If they got in, I doubt anybody even took it, because I'll leave it up here if anybody's actually trading it. If not, I'm gonna pull it down. Don't necessarily want anybody on the social media platforms to try to get involved. It's not moving anywhere. Anybody, nobody's saying anything. Did anybody even, involved or not get involved? Or Paul, I'm sure you did, right? My entry was a little earlier, but I didn't take it. Gotcha. Took it earlier and got spooked due to low volume. I'm out. Yeah. Took it earlier. Yeah. Watching on mobile. Can't enter anything. Oh, so you can't trade right now, Paul. Oh, yeah, you said no power. I thought the power was back on. I thought it was just a temporary thing. Yeah, man, poor. I was telling Paul about the UPS. Because I got 2 of them now. One on the Wi-Fi, router, whatever, those two boxes, and then I have one on my computer and monitor, and I was trying to explain to him how they worked. I told him he should probably get something like that because he got stuck in a trade when the power was out, right? So slightly bigger one on the computer. Yeah, I think I've got the same size, but I think I may have bought one that was, you know, oversized in the very beginning. But it was right around $100, I think. 28. Did I say 20 there? Yeah, there's 20. So I would definitely, if anybody's in, I don't think anybody's in this thing. If anybody's in it, TP1 should have been hit there. Put your stop into profit at this point. Obviously, else is actually in this or anything, so not that it matters a lot. That'd have been 200 for the first contract. Yeah, 2 kVA. Well, I don't know what size mine is, man. Boy, that's a wife question. But my laptop essentially runs off its own battery, you know, too. So it wasn't really the thing that I was most concerned about. But if I was like live streaming, it would have. Whenever I unplug the computer when I'm live streaming, I have like OBS and Ninja, or a couple different instances of Ninja, and all the social media platforms and everything else. You know, it will. The computer will like start slowing down. It's really odd. I don't know exactly why it does that, but it will. So I mean, I do have it plugged into it, so that doesn't happen. But really, the only reason I had it for the most part was to get out of trades, just in case I was in a trade during a power flick or a power, you know, outage, or whatever you want to say, right? That was my whole purpose there between, you know, for doing it, because I always get these little power, you know, I don't know what they are. They're just little flicks, and the power just goes off for a second and then comes right back on. Well, what the problem was, and you remember all that, what the problem was the router, or whatever it is, the box there would reset, and it would take like 5 minutes for it to reboot before it ever come back up and running. And the problem is, if you're in a trade, you already know, you know, 5 minutes is not exactly a short amount of time, right? Any toys, toy car sets, puzzles. Looking for a new Lambo. Oh, see, I don't get to see any of his. See what I'm saying, man? Poor. None of his messages come up. If you look on YouTube, none of his messages are displaying, but yet all of ours are. I've never seen that. I can't figure it out. And it doesn't come up on my OBS screen either. On my actual OBS, yeah, his messages don't come up. Everybody else's come up, but yeah, it's showing on Discord, but it doesn't come up on OBS or on the OBS chat. It's just like it's not there. I thought Paul was, you know, I couldn't figure out what was going on earlier when he was talking back and forth with Aquawolf, and I was just looking at the YouTube screen like I always do, because that's how I see all the messages. And Aquawolf wasn't on there, and Paul's talking, and I'm like, what is going on here? So I went to Discord to see, and I saw that obviously he was chatting back and forth with Aquawolf. It was the oddest thing I think I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like that happen. I don't know. Very, very, very weird. But regardless, like I said before, for any of you guys that are just tuning in, I possibly may not be here tomorrow due to the hurricane, right? I possibly may be without electricity or internet. So we will see. The storm's supposed to make landfall tonight. Logging off and on again. Yes, Milton is, yeah. Not great at all. Claim it's gonna be. They claim it's gonna be bad. I don't know if it's going to be. You know, it feels like they always try to blow these storms up, but then they say, you know, they're not blowing it up, that everybody needs to be cautious and everything else. I don't know, man. Yeah, see, she just came through a week ago, and we didn't get much here, and I mean, no. Very beautiful, that echo. That's what I want to hear. Very nice, man. It is so great for you to be done before 9 a.m. in the morning, and that be your day. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, man, poor. That's, you know, that's what Phil's tried to say in the server. He said something about they were making these storms in order to take our property and mine the lithium or something. I don't think there's any lithium in Florida, but I don't know. Who knows? It's something I don't know nothing about, I don't guess. That's what he said was going on in North Carolina or something. I don't know. There are some conspiracies going on. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. Yeah, North Carolina. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. Because I don't think anybody was really in it anyway, but if you were, good job. Should have got TP1 anyway. They wanted to disrupt the Republican votes in the South. See, I heard that too, that echo. Yeah, he was doing that too. But he said also, here, I'll tell you. He replied back to me with some kind of, he said that institutions are ready to sweep your liquidity, then buy your land for the lithium underneath it. That's what happened with the last hurricane. This is how elites eat the fish, aka us. That's what he said in the server, Paul. I don't know. He was right about something. Man, Porsche says, but those Blackhawk rotor washing, all the support the people are given. Yeah. So, it is something. Storms are crazy, not gonna lie. Neighbor left, and the neighbor said that the storms were man-made and they were being they're being navigated, I think is the word he used, by the 5G towers. Oh. Yeah. But I don't keep up on a lot of that stuff. I don't know, guys. At the end of the day, I just trade, right? It gives you COVID. Yeah, I heard something about 5G and COVID or something, or something about it too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know nothing about the 5G stuff other than it works on my cell phone. Stuff during lockdown, yeah. Yeah, Paul? Yeah. And by the way, Fortic, good morning. Not sure about that, but I know that Dubai does cloud seeding. They recently had floods because of it. I heard something about that as well. I've heard somebody said something about cloud seeding. Vortec, I don't know a lot about any of that stuff. The only living brain donor. Does Golden and Q correlate with each other? No, Max. They may work. I mean, they may move the same way sometimes, but they're not really correlated, no. Again, that doesn't mean that they don't, you know, one's not going down or something. Cloud seeding is science. Okay, Paul. Yeah, I just don't know nothing about it. Oh, you posted a link on cloud seeding yesterday? Okay, well that's where I heard about it at then. Yeah. Okay. I knew I'd seen that somewhere. Yeah, Vortex talking about it over on YouTube. About cloud seeding. He says that Dubai has had some floods because of it. So I know I remember way back in the day when there were some people talking about chemtrails, and I don't know if that's something that still takes place or if it's similar or what, but I know they talked about that. Yeah, I'm not so sure about the... Hmm. People were about then, and the earth warmed, and now people are. I don't want to have an ice age either. There's that push, guys. It just was slow. So if anybody did stick with it, there was the push through the stop losses. But again, that's one of those. That's exactly what we were just talking about. Buy Feist, of how things can sit slow. So essentially, that's where you're going to see BEs or things like that for the most part. This one did hit TP1 and, you know, on my standards before BE, but if you would have held and not been so aggressive with your trade management, you obviously would be in profit now. It ran for you. So just depends on how you manage your trades. And I manage mine aggressively because I'm ready to see the push. About 50 ticks would have been $500 per contract currently, and obviously you're expecting to put a wick on this candle if you can break through this area. If I was in it, I probably would already be out, even if I would have held through there. Let's see, did we go up 20? It's close. Probably have my stop loss about right here, honestly. So I probably would have been tapped out about right there if I would have held it past the move there, only because you expect to bounce at yesterday, previous day low, right? Can it still push down? Absolutely. But I don't like to give a lot back. And that's why intraday trailing drawdowns don't affect me that bad. That's why I don't struggle with them, is because I keep my stop loss. I chase all of my prices with a stop loss and don't give anything more back than I have to. Oh, hey, go get the man. Yes, FOMC is today at 2, but Powell's not speaking. So I'm not, I mean, I've got a hurricane coming too, but I'm not going to come back for 2 o'clock like if it was Powell speaking. FOMC, if it was, I would come back for that and stream again, but today I'm not going to because Powell's not speaking and I've got a hurricane coming, so. All right, man, poor. Have a good one. I appreciate you showing up, man. Hope to see you next time. Later, man. I've lately been watching NQ and CO, and there's some inverse correlation there. Not always. Dang it, I missed that. Sorry, man, poor. You probably didn't hear any of that. No correlation, by the way, NQ and gold. I don't know. Every time you're not at the computer, it rips. That was a decent one. Paul was just slow. Just slow to finally push through the stops. Bad timing, yeah, it happens. Nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day, the market's more about timing, though. I think a lot of people miss that. A lot of people think it's levels. A lot of people think it's, you know, candle structures, things of this nature. But at the end of the day, it's really more about timing than anything. Multiples of 5 work great for trading in Q2. I chase a couple points of a new 5. That makes sense. The power lets you down, Paul? Yeah. There's always tomorrow, man. There will always be another trade. No worries, no worries. Oh, we opened a new 30, didn't we? Yeah, so that was your move up there. But again, it's no wick on the last candle to speak of at all. 12 on the top, not great again. Not the best thing. What we got? We got the 11 coming up next. Just distilled the entire strat while watching this today. Flip entry. This is taking me a while to get here. Yeah. Speaking of that, Divergence, are you still here? Hopefully he saw that just the same. I think it's all about repetition. Seeing it time and time and time again. I don't know if he's still here though. Either way, hopefully. Yeah. Oh, you're still short. Okay, fair. Yeah. Good job, man. Very beautiful. Love to hear that. So you saw it play out then, basically. I mean, that's all I was getting at. Essentially, that's what we're looking at. And I mean, and that was the difference between this 30, just to put it in retrospect, right? So this 30 had no bottom wick, and that was why this 30 wasn't the same as taking this flip on the hour. This is the hour flip right here, right? So that was the difference, because this 30 had no bottom wick, so we essentially had no closure. And if you put these two candles together, this is your hour candle, so you had a bottom wick to recover on this candle. So that was the difference between this setup that we talked about before the 9:30 candle opened, when we were talking about this one, and you got a wick up and then a flip candle. There really wasn't nothing to take advantage of there. However, on the hour, now you had this bottom wick on the hour candle, top wick in the flip to move down and tap yesterday's, low. So just to put that in retrospect, why this setup was not valid and this setup was valid. Hopefully that makes sense. The more you see it, the more it'll make sense as to I'm looking at, right? You learn more on YouTube than in front of the trading machine. Well, there you go. understand the difference now between entering on the 30 and the 1 hour with the trade. Yeah, and that's, I try to get people to look at it the whole way through, right? And I mean, it's everything. I was even talking to the wife earlier about different patterns. It's the same thing, right? When you look at these 30-minute candles, you always want to be looking at what your hour candle is. So essentially, this is your 30, and this is a 30, but this makes up your full hour. So what's your candle? You got a top wick, then you got a bottom wick. Close right here, right? That's your hour. Next hour opens up, what's on the top wick, pushes down. So you really want to see those things as you're sitting here. And I mean, if you go to the hour, how do you see, you know, you look at the structure here. Well, what is this on, you know, your low time frame? So you see, that would be your inverted head and shoulders to move up on your low time frame. See how you got, you know, or SMC calls it a liquidity sweep, ICT, whatever you want to call it, right? So what is it? This is your level right here that they're looking at. So leveled in, swept the level. They claim liquidity's grabbed. Then it held the level on the next one. It gives you your bullish order block, or, you know, however you want to look at it. But inverted head and shoulders, right, on your smaller time frames. And these are the things I always try to explain to G Flock as how to look at these candlesticks, because I always look at the 30 and the 1 hour, right? Now you want to be able to see on your 30, your hour, your 5 minute, you know, how did this work? And you can see your 5 minute time frame by watching these candles build, right? So you should be able to essentially see that here. Does it take a little bit of practice? Yeah, you know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's easy, but it is easy to see your higher time frames on a lower time frame. It's a little harder to do it the other way. You know, I do both, but it's all time in the charts. Your higher time frame on the lower time frame is easy because you're just putting these candles together. And I mean, he threw me a thing the other day because I was trying to tell him that you know, wicks were range on a lower time frame, and he didn't like that. And he draws me something like this, and he's trying to draw out this, you know, range essentially. And he says, okay, so here's where we are, and he drew out something similar to this. And I said, okay, now, you know, what's that candle look like? And he's like, and he puts in a candle and he does something like this to me. I don't even know where he's coming from with it, but he does this candle like this, and he makes it green. And I'm like, how do you see that here? And he's like, well, that's what the candle looks like. I'm like, how at all do you see that candle like that? I said, just start with a wick, you know? So your low time, this is your low time frame here, right? This whole area here. So if you start with a wick, you go from your high to your low, right? So that's the wick of your candle, right? So this is what your wick looks like. Now, where did your candle open? You know, this is the open of your candle. So your candle opens at the top of this wick, right? We never broke the highs because we held the highs here, and we closed close to the top. So what is it? You know, you call it a hangman, you call it whatever you want, but I mean, it's the candle looks like this, and it's red, right? And that's it. I mean, it's red. Obviously, it's not green, but that's your candle right there. You know, that's what that looks like. And I said, now you can't see that there's range here. I mean, this wick is range on a lower time frame. So then I asked him what this candle, you know, what this candle was. And of course he didn't know. I dropped him the, I don't know if I dropped him the Candlestick Bible or the Candlestick Encyclopedia. I don't remember which one it was, but I told him he needs to go, you know, pay attention to that. If he doesn't even know his candlesticks yet, you know, I don't know. I don't know. He needs to learn that first. I think he's trying to run before he walks, right? I don't know. He keeps learning trading systems counter to what we do here. Yeah. Yep, it's counterproductive. You're absolutely right. And I don't quite get why he does it, but you're absolutely right. He's always looking for some easy, quick fix, some kind of strategy that you can just, you know, look at a chart, see it, easy, see the entries, and rock and roll with it. That's what he's always trying to find, and it just not that simple. I mean, I wish I could tell you that there's some strategy out there that you can just pick up, and if a candle moves, you know, this way, and there's a fair value gap in the middle of it that you can just trade off that fair value gap, and all of a sudden you're gonna make millions and win all your trades. But it's not that simple. That's why I don't really believe in back testing unless it's on tick by tick historical data. Again, I haven't tried that. I don't back test at all. You already know. Watching how the candles are formed means a lot. Exactly. You could get an entry TP and then get stop BE on a single candle, but not see how that happened. Exactly, Dad Echo. And that's what I've been trying to say forever, because everybody's like, well, you got to back test. I don't back test. I forward test on sim. Everybody knows this. Does it take longer? Yes, absolutely. I don't back test because it's you can't see candles build on back testing. You are exactly right. You know, I mean, unless you got some kind of tick by tick thing like you're talking about. I haven't seen that before. I've, you know, seen how replay works on TradingView, and no, forget about it. I mean, all it does is spit candles out. There's no way to trade that. For me, it's all about how the candles build. You're exactly right, that Echo. That's a big part of how I trade, and I mean, you already know that, and that has everything to do with what you're doing. I mean, you can mark out your range. You can understand where people are entering. You can mark out supply, demand, support, resistance, order blocks, all these things on your chart, right? But when it's all said and done, you still have to be able to see those candles move properly in order to see those orders come in. You know, you can't just look at a previous candle and say, okay, well, here's where orders came in. I mean, you can if you look hindsight, right? And this is the whole problem that everybody has. I mean, anybody can come on this chart. Anybody can come on this chart and find 15 reasons to go short here. We saw this live. I called this move down live, but if you're looking at it now, everybody can come in and say, okay, well, here you go. Look, we went into, you know, weekly open and we double top there. You go to a lower time frame. This is going to be an M. Well, yeah, beautiful. Great. So did you take it short when it was moving, or did you wait until today to come back and look at this? You know, we can call this anywhere. Or that just hindsight's 2020. That's easy. And that's mostly your problem that you have with most of your YouTubers nowadays, right? They're going to show you what happened, you know, yesterday or whatever the case may be. But in reality, if they're not calling this stuff out live, they're not showing you live, then I mean, I can go back through charts and show you all kinds of things. I can pull Fibonacci's and mark out some trend lines for you and show you all kinds of reasons why this price moved around like this, you know. But at the end of the day, it means absolutely nothing in the moment because you're only looking at the parts that it is, you know, that's it. And it's just like everything else. But yep, exactly, Dead Echo. Exactly what I just said. Yeah. Yep, exactly. The reality check is actually the easiest system out. I agree, Paul. I believe exactly the same, but it seems like I have so much. There's people that struggle. I don't get it. I didn't fall down too many rabbit holes. ICT and SMC. I find it easier to counter trade all the systems out there. Yeah. He is young. He is young. He'll get it. He'll get it. I hope. I don't know. We'll see. The reason they are struggling is because of YouTube gurus. It is. And I mean, the biggest problem is people don't understand is all the orders are in the same spot. And I've said this a million times. Any of you guys that are out there, any of you guys watching right now, if you want to push your win rate up right now, you want to put the easiest way to push your win rate. And I'll be honest with you, and this is, you're going to think I'm out of my ever-loving mind, but if you just want the easiest step to push your win rate up right now, not people that are here trying to trade, you know, my strategy, but anybody that trades any of the rest of these strategies, there's a super easy way to push your win rate up right now. It'll happen today, you know, overnight, whatever you want to say. And when you mark out your position, how you trade, you got your entry, you got your stop loss. Just take the entry off and put the entry where your stop loss is. Same exact entry, put it where your stop loss is. I promise you, you'll put your win rate up already just by doing that. You're gonna completely increase the number of trades you win just by doing that little step. And if you're an RR trader, whatever the case may be, it doesn't matter to me, right? If whatever your stop loss was, let's just say that your stop loss was, 50 ticks. Put your entry 50 ticks from where your entry is supposed to be, and put your stop loss 50 ticks from it. Exactly the same exact position you had, just enter at your stop loss rather than at your entry. It's going to help you tons already. Just doing that, I'll be honest with you. So that's my advice for today. If you just want to, stick with what you're doing, do that. That'll help you just to start. I'll be honest with you. It really, really, really will. That's exactly what helped me in Q enter on my stop loss. Yeah, and I've already told you that Echo, and I've told a lot of people here, but we've got so many new people now coming in, and everybody's trying to figure out a way to, get better and everything else. And if you want to stick with your strategy, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, especially if it's working, right? Especially if it resonates with you, especially if you understand it, just stick with it. Nothing wrong with that. But, the biggest thing is you're trying to limit your losses. That's what you want to focus on. If you aren't profitable yet, but you're at break even, let's just say, in your trading career, so you're to the point to where it's break even for the most part, just figure out a way to limit some losses. If those losses aren't losses anymore, now that's not taken from your win rate. Now that's not taking from your capital. I mean, if you have a strategy that's, getting to that break even point or something around there, right? Essentially, all you're trying to do at that point is just limit losses, and that's what'll kind of push you over. And now you'll be, profitable. So that's your first step. I mean, you can hone in and try to, change around and do this and do that, but that's not really the way to approach it. I'll be honest with you, unless you're just, throwing your strategy away and starting with something all new, which completely up to you. But that all takes time in itself too. Not always is the strategy the problem. It's just the little tweaks that you have to do here and there to, make it profitable, or maybe a mindset thing. If so, watch the mindset series. But all joking aside, no, it really is good information. Anybody that wants to watch the mindset series, you can put a !mindset into the YouTube chat, and it'll drop the videos for you. But that helps too. It's just these little things. If you're almost there, guys, and that's where a lot of people get. They're almost there. If you're almost there, all you gotta do is fix the leaks. I mean, it's just, think of it as like a leaky ship, right? Just fix the little leaks. You'd be surprised at how much better your ship will float if you just fix the little leaks. Little leaks here and there can leak you to death, if that makes sense. It's the same thing with everything else. It's like, it's like poker or sports betting. I know I use these a lot as comparisons, but it's the same kind of thing, right? When you play poker, you got a rake. So in order to break even with your bankroll, right, you have to pay that rake just the same. Or when you're sports betting, you have to pay that vig, and breaking even sometimes is, the biggest part of the game, kind of like your commissions, or if you do Forex or spreads or whatever the case may be, sometimes those are the little leaks that keep you from breaking even, sadly. So, just little stuff can help a lot, guys. Does anybody have any questions today? Anything, guys? My mobile's about to die on me. Oh, Paul. Yeah. Well, have a good one, Paul. I'll tell you bye now. I'll try to DM you if I can't come live tomorrow morning. I'll try to get DMs out. I think everybody kind of already knows it's here, though, that I may not make live stream because of internet or power, but yeah. Alright, man. Have a good one. I hope the power gets worked out and gets back up and running. Yeah. I hope so too. I just hope we keep power. I mean, I really do. Have you had a look at the trading pit? Not figure out their funded process. Yeah, there's a video on them. If you Vortic, if you put exclamation mark reviews, I can do it. Maybe it'll work that way. Let me see. Yeah, it did. I wasn't sure if it had to be lowercase or not. Yeah, it's in that playlist there, the trading pit. So I go over everything there. No, you're fine. It worked. You deleted it. It's all right. I wasn't sure if it could be uppercase or not. I've never tried it. The wife set all this stuff up. This is not my forte. Guys, I'm sure all of you already know this. This is not I'm a trader. I am not the best at all this. I hope Milton fizzles out into nothing right before landfall. Me too. Me too, Dad Echo. It worked. Cheers. Beautiful. Yes. And if you grab that playlist, there's one in there for the trading pit, and it goes over everything. And if you have any questions, just let me know. If there's anything in there that, you know, you could either ask it in the comments, you can, you know, hopefully I'm here tomorrow, but come back to the live stream and ask me live or anything, whatever works. If you're in the Discord, you can ask me or whatever works. Either way, I will get back to you no matter where you ask any of the questions. I try to keep up with all that stuff pretty well. I try to do it right. Pride myself on trying to keep up with that stuff as much as I can. Next hour open. Let's see what we can get here. We're still going to be, she's going to be a doji below, but I think she's going to, yeah, I was going to say close bullish. Could put a top wick on and still flip and move down here, but this is just slow, guys. Just slow. She came down, grabbed the stops here. We tested previous day low. I'd like to see it actually get down and grab these again. and fill this wick here. That's what I'd like to see. And of course, I think I believe divergence is still in it, so definitely want to see it push down too and run these stops for him as well. Just slow. Assuming price is just holding for FOMC this afternoon, but oh no, you're long now? Okay, fair enough. Good job, man. Good job, good job. Nothing wrong with that. Now we don't want to see it go down, guys. I want to see it go up. The divergence can make as much money as it can here. Push up, pump. Let's go. So, are you getting out of here, Max? I watched the rest of them videos too, divergence. So I caught the rest of them. I actually was watching them this morning when you know, the live silent TA this morning. I wish we could figure out some way to get you into the Discord, though. I don't know exactly how to do it. Unfortunately, I'm not smart with that stuff, man. I wish I was better at it, but I really don't. I'm really not great at it either, sadly. Come on, gold. Recover that whole candle. Let's go. And around. There you go. Going up. There you go. Should be looking good now, divergence, I imagine. Does anybody have any questions, guys? Anything? Probably gonna... One more new high? Yeah. Works, that works. I'm probably going to shut it down and try to get everything ready for the storm. Like I said, hopefully all will be well and we'll have internet and power tomorrow, and I'll be right back here live streaming. I'm not back here again. It'll just be, I'm gonna try to reach out to Paul and he'll let everybody know, but I'm gonna, if I can't make it back, guys, obviously I'll try to be back as soon as I can. So hopefully I won't be out of power for too long. I'm gonna try to work on I think the wife dropped me a new PowerPoint for the new funded review that I'm supposed to go over. So hopefully I can get that pushed out today. I'll try to get it done before the storm gets here. I'll try to get the video recorded and get it edited. Try to drop it for you guys looking for a new one. Again, if I can't keep through the storm, there's no promises, but I'll try. Any questions at all before I pack up, guys? Nothing. All right, keep on going up, gold. Need divergence is long. We want it to keep on going. Go to the moon, gold. Yep. Yeah, Fortic. Have a great day. I will see you tomorrow. Divergence. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. That echo. Have a great day, man. I'll see you tomorrow. YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble. Have a great day. See you all tomorrow, hopefully. And as always, guys, stay consistent out there.